Okay, folks, welcome back. And we're right back where we left off last night. And we're going to work on some T-34s. And I spent way too much time this morning trying to find an illustration that I wanted to paint one of my T-34s as, and I couldn't find it. So I'm not going to try to do all four of them at once, because that'll give me a couple more days maybe to find out the illustration of what it was. But it was two of them in particular. So what that means is, and that was these two that I was going to plan on doing, the ones without the commander. So we're going to go ahead and paint one of these that has a commander on it, and we're going to put these guys on the back burner. There's an illustration that's kind of, or really not an illustration, a photograph that's actually, it's kind of famous because I've seen it in lots of different locations. And it's a T-34 model 1942, model 1942 / model 1943. I've always called these 42. There's the 41 model, and then there's kind of an interim, a 41, 42, and I've called these the 42 because it seems strange that model 43 would actually come out in 1942, but anyways, these hard edge turrets, the last model before they started getting the cupola on them, that's shown in the Stalingrad sector, and it's knocked out, and there's a mortar team at the base of it. And what's unique about that particular T-34 is that it has an air recognition symbol on it, on the turret roof, and it has a white border around the top of the turret. You know, because we've got to give these things some personality. I don't want to necessarily paint these like they're all part of one unit. I would rather them have variety and give them some interest because, you know, anyhow. So, and I got some that the earlier ones will do some camouflage on them as well. These later ones really didn't have much camouflage unless it was wintertime. We're not going to get bogged down into that right now. But and there was another illustration, I want to say it was on the same page, or another picture of another one that was knocked out that had a different air recognition symbol. I can't find it. So I'm going to punt, and let's paint this one far enough to where we can finish it. Okay, so we need to drill out the hole for the antenna, because these guys do have antennas and they're very small. It's Joe. Yeah, let me do something positive today. I spent way too much time today and didn't get any painting done. So instead of trying to do 4 at once, which is very unlike me, well, I got them all to the point where they start becoming different from each other. So we're going to paint this one with a commander. Now the commander will be done after we do the dusting. We don't want to paint him up and then end up dusting him. It ain't nothing for me to paint a figure. That's a piece of cake. I've only been doing that exclusively for the last 15 frickin' years. Put a little hole right here in the center. Now the antennas on these guys are really, really short. They're maybe only about that tall. Oh, nice. Got stuck. Still getting stuck. And I went to the hobby store today to see if I could get some matte airbrush stuff that I could run through the airbrush. And everything that I read sounds like I better use the airbrush one, not just the standard paint on kind like this one. So, of course, they didn't have it in the store. That's why Amazon gets most of my business, because stores don't have things. And it'll be Monday before that comes in, which of course is I hate when things come in on Monday because that's literally the worst day it could possibly be, unless we're not gaming that day. So we're going to have to hold on spraying the martyr and sealing it. I don't know why this thing is being so difficult. Yeah, it's not wanting to rotate at all. It's just binding in here. There we go. Just deep enough to get some kind of a purchase when we go in and put the antenna in there. I'm going to go ahead and drill them all out while we're at it. Do I need to? Yeah. Let's not do a pilot hole. And I don't want to do the gun crew right now for the martyrs. I want to paint some numbers and feel good about it. I love painting decals, or things that should be decals. Somebody asked me, well, why are you painting so many tanks if you're playing such a skirmish game? I said, well, it probably wouldn't be so bad with these rules to have a scenario that's all tanks. But we'll see. Because tanks are fun to paint. I have them. All right, these two are going to go over here. Let's put all these back. I need to throw away these Chinese ones that are no good, that literally have flat fronts. But I'm thinking, well, maybe they'll work on plastic. Ordering drill bits through Amazon is like a recipe for disaster. You could get some that are just absolute garbage. Good news is you didn't pay too much for them, but if they don't work, doesn't matter how much you paid for them, you overpaid because they don't work. All right. So we have some illustrations of some tanks that we want to use. I'm actually going to be bold. I'm actually going to do one that has red numbers on it. We'll see. Let me see. And let's grab... We're going to go ahead and put an illustration here on the screen of the one we're going to do. We're going to shrink myself. So we have a little bit more space. Barnes White. Welcome back. Let's get a picture up here of what we're going to try to emulate. Now I just got to decide which one I'm going to do. I got some of them on my phone, which of course is a bad idea. I didn't come prepared. I wing everything, so. Oh, well, you got more of these guys. Okay, this is a T-34 Model 43, 41st Guards Tank Brigade, 7th Mechanized Corps, Kursk, 1943. And this has some writing on it, which some of you were like, hey, you need to do a tank with some graffiti on it. And I'm like, okay, well, all right, so let's do this one. And I changed my mind. We're going back and we are going to do one of these. We're going to do one of these right here. Because we've got more of them to do anyways. We've got like 3 or 4 more of them to do. So, and this one has a roof marking on it anyways. And this is what I've been wanting to do. So this actually reads, for Soviet Moldavia. So I'm going to bring this drawing up here, or this illustration here in a moment, because I'm going to need it on this screen to be able to see it myself. Let's just grab an image that we could possibly use. Let's open the source code for it, and we're going to browse, and let's bring up this tank, which is under pictures, and it's just loose out here. Okay, and we're going to go done, and then we're going to make it visible. All right, so this is the tag here that we're going to do. I think we could probably what's going on here? Give me a real mouse. All right, why can't I select that? Is it that one? Here it is. It isn't. Okay. Okay, it's visible. That's fine. Oh, because it's unlocked. It's locked. All right. Yeah, this is the tank that we're looking at. So what we're going to do is, I think we're not worried about the stripe at this point. We're going to go ahead and put this up here because this is what we need to see. We need to see that writing on there. Okay. And what's the worst thing that could happen? I don't like how it turns out and I decide to do something different, but I don't have any Soviet tanks with cursing on them. It actually wasn't that common on the mediums and the medium and the light tanks. It's basically a function of the KVs. The KVs like to have them. T-35s had them on there more than the T-34s. I mean, there's some T-34s with them on there, but most of them have minimalist stuff on here. So that's what we're going to plan on writing here. And this is going to be a challenge because I need to get close enough to what I see. Let's see. Can I do something different other than that? I don't think so. What if I make this screen bigger? Or the chat smaller? I think that helped a little bit on my end. Okay. I could just cut that out and put the writing on there, but that's lots of stuff that doesn't involve painting. So let's get the brush that creates miracles. The miracle brush. Here it is. All right, and we need to get our, there's some of the flow aid, and let's get the white out. So we're going to start in the middle and work our way out so that we leave ourselves enough space. And like I said, I'm going to try this, and if it doesn't work, if I'm not happy with the results, and we got to paint it on both sides, so Challenge accepted. Yeah, you don't start with the 3A. Although I probably should, because that's a hard stop on that end. See how I don't plan anything? And the reason I'm doing this one is I like the turret identification thing. It makes it unique. You don't have a roof that doesn't say anything to it. So let's thin this down. All right, how big is the 3? It goes almost all the way to those grab handles. That's relatively large. That 3A means 4. We'll try to get it stylized in the same manner. There was a whole unit that had this marking on it. And that would just, even if I had a decal, there's no way I would do an entire unit that was all the same. That just seems silly with all the things you could be doing. Let's do this. This is entertainment, isn't it? Actually, I'm even going to do one better. Watch this. Now, why is this mirror image? Because I flipped this thing. And it flipped back. Before it even went on, I flipped it. All right. All right, now. Hide that in the corner over there. Because I'm going to be down here. There we go. Now you guys can participate. I don't know, this might be a fail. Like I said, I'm prepared for it. I'm prepared for this not to work 100%. And if that's the case, let's get this going in the right direction here. All right, and I bet okay. Now, let me minimize that. That's what we're going to go with. This shouldn't be in my way. Okay, 3A. And it looks like it's Cobit. Now, the middle of this is the Y underneath this vision port. So KY, all right. And it's almost half the size of this other one. All right. And we're probably going to have to clean this up a little bit, but that's fine. Okay, KY. And it's like an IO with a connection in between it. If I do a good job, I want to send this to somebody who actually speaks Russian. So how do I do? Can you read this? There's the connection between it. Okay. Now, let's work back to the 3A. What do we got next? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 letters. I think we got enough space. But let's start with the C. I'm like one letter short. It's okay. You don't know how to fix your mistakes if you don't make any. This should be still free from last night. Let's just do the core blue green. See if we can leave the I and the O there. TC. KY. Now, we're going to have to remove that. But the good news is we're only over like one letter. Now, when we do the other side, I probably don't have to do it this way because I have kind of an idea about how big each letter is. CK. Y. Okay. And then that little vertical line. It's like catching. Yeah, it's not. Here we go. How am I doing? Piece of cake. Now, let's make sure we don't leave too much big of a space before we do that M. It's not difficult. You just got to pace yourself, and you got to get a brush that you can count on and paint that behaves. This is Flow-Aid, by the way, that I'm dipping it in. At a table that doesn't move. I don't know. This moves on me. I apologize for that. There's not really anything I can do about that, but the table's not moving. Thank goodness. Or this would be a deal breaker. Okay, we need a big M that's bigger than the C at the beginning. Okay, cool. Give me a big M. Okay. And then an O. And of course we'll clean this up with green a little bit. This is a symbol that's similar to it. And then this one's an A, which has the cross a little bit higher on it, or the crossing point on it. It's catching like it hasn't before. Not really sure what the issue is. Okay. And then a B. A backwards N, and that HO again. Okay. Come on, Flow-Aid. You were behaving awesome the other day. backwards in. All right. See, I gotta find the screen. Little bit of cleanup. But that ain't bad. What brand models do I typically... Wait, you're freehanding? It's a piece of cake, man. It's a piece of cake. Piece of cake. So the problem with the decals is this. You spend a lot of time trying to find the right decals. You spend a lot of time... they're expensive and they're shipping and people don't have them, and then you get them and then they're too thick and they're ruined, and you know, nah, just freehand them. We'll clean that up a little bit. Now the hardest thing is going to be, yeah, I gotta find this thing. Hold on, we could do better than that. Let's zoom in on this. And there's people that are better at this than I am. I can't see. I don't have my contacts on. Yep. I want to send this to a Russian guy. Like, hey, can you read this? I did a flag in Arabic, and this guy sent me the Arabic stuff on there, and he said he sent it to his friend who spoke Arabic, and he could read it. I'm like, well, there you go. That's a seal of approval. You know. that's all I wanted. So let's zoom back out. Okay. When you're writing with a pen, like chicken scratching, it's actually more forgiving to write this, to do this with a brush than it is a pen. Because the problem is, if you use a pen, the pen has a thickness that the pen is, and there's nothing you can do about that. You can't tinker with that in any way, you know. This tank is a Skytrex, and this thing's probably, I'm gonna say as old as I am, but that's not true. It's probably from the early 80s, and it's very, very crude. And what I hate about this is that I'll just show you one. I will show you one. And let's see, do we have one that's already open? Because I don't really want to open it anymore than I have to. Creates chaos. Yeah, here's some that are open. It has the machine gun that's in the hull. Oh, I already started screwing with this one and cut it off. So yeah, screw with this one. No, this is how it comes. This is the worst thing about it, honestly. The machine gun on the hull is cast with that flange that is attached. And for this size, I'm always trying to search for hold on. It's always the opposite of how I want to do it. That needs to come off. It's just too big of a flange to try to paint like it's not there. This isn't like a micro armor thing. This thing is huge. So I need to take that off and turn it into this. Again, searching for where this is. And then replace it with a piece of sprue. But you got to grind it, and you know, it's a pain in the ass. But, and that's, I don't think these are even carried out. Well, some of these molds were bought by, I think, a company called Early War Miniatures. But these guys aren't listed. But they're pretty crude. But hey, it's what I have, you know? Okay, now we got to do the other side. And I don't think I'm going to have to do a slogan, that is this small. This is probably the smallest slogan that I have to do. And I still haven't gotten a chance to check out your video, although I did talk about it yesterday, about your little battle with your 3 tigers. I could almost take that scenario and do it in a skirmish game. Although that's still 3 squads of Brits. Well, they got like 3 Pyattes, right? 3 squads of Brits, 3 Pyattes, a couple of Brens. Additional Brens. Because the British squads are like the German squads. They have the built-in MG-34 or 42 or whatever. It's already built in there. That's just an additional Bren. Good thing those German squads had an MG-42 in them. Otherwise, it'd be firepower 2. All right. How tall are we? Halfway to that thing. Okay. And of course, it's missing. See, it's even, the grab handle's even missing on this side. Yeah, I liked how you taped that area out. That was the way to do it. Because I always, like, I liked ASL, but I refused to play the scenarios that, I don't know if it was regular SL or ASL. There was one scenario that was like on board 2 that did something like, okay, use board 2, but all the hill hexes are forest. That's fine. Give me an overlay. Oh, they didn't give you one. Well, I don't play that scenario. That's just, you have to squint your brain too much to see what's going on, you know? Yeah, as soon as I saw that, I actually resisted looking up about, what is it, Kampfgruppe Hummel? Or Panzer Brigade Hummel or something like that. I'm like, oh crap, a unit I want to learn about. Damn it. So that you never get the 135th scale modeler out of you. All right, I'm going to start the 3A way the hell over here. And we haven't even cleaned up the other side, so. One reason I like AS. What's HASL? Oh, historical. Yeah. I don't understand how people play a World War II game. I mean, I do. If you're a World War II nut like I am, I can't play a game that has less detail than ASL. But I haven't played ASL since probably about 98. So I actually sold all my stuff. So the game I thought I was really going to like was the one I can never remember the name of it. Combat Commander. But I absolutely detest not rolling dice. And it's even worse than not rolling dice. Pulling that card for the dice result and you get to see what's on the top of the card that won't get played as that action. It just pisses me off. It's like if you ever played Talisman and you get that card, that character, it's the prophetess. She's seen half the shit she pulls, but only playing half of it. It's bullshit. Other than that, I really want, because I played Combat Commander a couple times. I got a friend of mine who is a big fan. He's like, oh, you guys are going to love it. So Mitch and I played it. He ran the game. And I couldn't stand the fact that I didn't get to roll dice for the effects. There's a local game group here that plays games. And other than the fact that they don't play war games, which I like to play war games, I'm a pacifist all the time, so I want to create, hate crimes and stuff when I'm playing pretend. I'm a nice guy in real life, so I need to be a warmonger on there. But they don't like playing historical stuff or war games, and they don't like playing games with dice. And I'm like, I want to roll my own dice. I had a local guy that was really into ASL. But the problem he had was he wanted to use the ASL. Remember the ASL they came out with? And it probably ran on BASIC that was for the computer, the assist, which is pretty handy. You know, if you got a 3, it would tell you, you know, check for weather, check for this, or whatever, and it kind of like walked you along. So you didn't miss something, you know, so you didn't miss the weird stuff. Cobit. Okay, Cobit is where we're going next. And, oh boy, this is extremely greeny. It's almost like you've got some lead decay. So he wanted to play with that, and he would refuse to roll your own dice and enter them, because you could do that. You could roll your own dice and enter it. He wanted to let the computer roll. I just didn't want to play that. It's like, why am I even here? So sometimes just having a warm body to play with isn't good enough if you're not really compatible. You know? But my best experience I've ever had playing ASL was played blind. 2 sets of maps, 2 people in 2 different rooms, and one person ran between tables explaining shit what was going on, and you never saw the other troops. Like if you spotted somebody, you'd put a question mark down there, and you were fired at from this hex, and a question mark went down, and you would get, you know, rifle or machine gun fire. You would never see the enemy counters unless you like advanced in the hex and took over the support weapon. So Cobit. All right, bet. All right, let's put more volume of paint. Maybe that's what the problem is. We don't have enough paint here. Cobit. An E, right? I don't remember doing an E on the other side. Did I do an E? Yeah. Okay. God, it's just catching. Getting tired. Getting a little sloppy there. My goal is to never have to fix it. So you'd find yourself doing stuff in a blind game of ASL that people would do in real life. You'd split off forces and go and gain some high ground so you could, like, you know, spot stuff. Improvise. I've played that lock and load tactical on the computer. And other than it feels dirty playing it, because it feels like a total ripoff of ASL, including one of the maps for Stalingrad. It's like literally a ripoff of Board 1. It's like, look, Board 1 doesn't even represent anything real. Why won't you just make up another board? Just doesn't sit well with me. historical maps. Yep. 1 liter for the Brits. Yeah, I've got probably a platoon worth of Brits to paint. Brits for Northwest Europe, not desert Brits. Okay, I'm doing okay so far. Now I gotta fit those letters in this space here. I think I'll be okay. I need to make those A's kind of narrow. Big M. Big M's next. A little bit of a space in the big M. A little too wet. M. O, right? M-O. God, I wish I could do this back when I didn't have to wear freaking... I gotta pull my contacts out. Because, you know, I'm over 45 or 44 or whatever, whenever it started happening. But I used to paint with my contacts in 20/20 vision. It's, you know, I don't know that I painted any worse. This just allows you to see more imperfections and stuff, but I'm painting with my nearsightedness. MO, okay. Then we have the lambda. Okay. And we basically have two more lambdas. So let's go ahead and put them down. How much space do we need after that? A B, a backwards N, and that other thing. Okay. Okay, so let's go lambda, 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 and we're gonna cross them on the bottom in different places. This one's an A. This one's further like that. Okay. And then we have a B, a backwards N, and that ho. A B. Backwards N. And the I-O. Well, I think we made it. Let's see. Man, it's so hard to find where this thing is. There we go. We're going to clean that up a little bit. Let's go to the other side. I got to do everything backwards. Like I want to twist it one way, twist it the other way. Okay. I need a drink of caffeine. Oh, I killed it. All right, water it is. Not difficult. You just have to pace yourself. This is actually more difficult than it's ever been because this thing's misbehaving. I think the turret is so rough that it was catching on little things, but it's fine. I mean, I don't have much cleanup to do, so really can't complain much about it. Now we get to do the turret roof because that's the part I really want to do. That's the part that sets it off and makes it look cool. See, I bet this is what we need to clean up. We don't need to use very much of this. Okay. Let's clean this up here. Let's make this opening in that symbol a little bit bigger. Let's clean up that T. now I mean, I even got to the point where I was bold enough to do German crosses. And they're not perfect, but they're good enough. Because I was having so much trouble finding crosses that were the right size. It happened on that little side of the hull on like a Mark III or a Mark IV. It's very small. If you get crosses that are too big, you know, either the it'll fold over it and then you've got issues with that. I'm leaving this alone. I'm leaving this alone. And I'm actually going to do something I've never done. I'm going to go ahead and seal that so I don't have to try to fix it again, because I could reproduce it again, but why? You know, why? All right, let's change. Let's see. Let's put this so that. All right, that should work fine. Let's focus on the roof. Okay, so this is what the roof of this T-34 looks like. Let's move it over here. So what I like to do is I kind of like to sketch with this where things are going to be. And I don't do this on the writing because it's so small, but I'm going to take a little bit of a black and drop this into like a light gray, and then we'll build it up as we go. Okay, so we get some black right there. Obviously we don't need that much. And let's find us a spot. We can use this spot right here, or maybe create a new one. And I'm going to use a brush this thin because I want to get the perimeter in the right place of this. Okay, just something like this. We're just going to sketch where this goes. Okay, and it looks like it cuts right at the hinge here. So it's going to go straight across here. Like that. And how fat is it? It doesn't go all the way through the hatch. So it's before you get to this other part. And we may have to tinker with that a little bit. Now I have an airbrush. So a normal person would probably just airbrush this, but I am a total noob with that. I can't perform any kind of miracles with an airbrush. I may never be able to. So let's not focus on that. And I actually did something different. I actually went about this wrong. And I'll tell you what I went about this wrong. In the past, I'd try to find the center. I'm actually going to fix this up a little bit. We're going to, let's make a color that's a little bit darker than this. Let's clean up, this line's okay. Let's clean this one up. Look at that, it just disappears. Not worried about that one right there, it's highlighted, but. Because what I like to do is drop a line kind of in the middle and then start working it. So you put it somewhere and then paint a little bit this way, and then you're always correcting it. So you don't have a problem with it, you know, being out of whack or anything. And I am going to go ahead and use this brush. All right, let's get this color here. This is what we're going to do it in. And we know there's definitely going to be white in here. So this is a safe bet, dropping this in here. Remember, somebody painted this by hand anyways, so if it looks like little brush strokes, well, there was a little bastard that was doing it there at the factory. This is the same method I used on my BTs that have a cross on the top. I'm actually going to stand away from this. Okay. Yeah, the turrets on these things actually have quite a bit of detail on them, and then you get to the body and there ain't nothing written on them, you know. And I don't mind grabbing this by the barrel because I'm going to scuff up some of the paint, and that's just fine because it's black underneath. So it looks like it's been fired. Freebie. All right, now we can safely go over this. Sticking this up a little bit. Sticking this up a little bit. And then when we get everything in the right place, we'll do the highlighting with some pure white, or some more pure white, let's put it that way. Needed actually more volume of paint there. No, off camera. No. So this is apparently from a unit that every tank in the unit had this slogan on the side of it. And I'm like, okay, let's assuming that I had that kind of patience and time. It's dumb because you're only seeing 8 or 9 tanks and they all have the same thing instead of mixing it up and having a little bit of variety, you know? Now, I think we need to clean this up a tiny little bit. I don't think this is exactly where it needs to be. There we go. And then let's clean this up by a tiny little bit. Let me step away from it. That looks pretty good. All right, let's go in. Let me make sure I'm not missing any chat. Nope. Okay. All messages are visible. Yep, let's put that on there. And this is what I call the fun part of painting the T-34s. Because painting them green, anybody could do that. This is putting my own spin on it. That's why I'm not getting into 3D printing models. Like, anybody can, not anybody can 3D print models, but this is what I'm good at. I'm sticking to painting. If I need stuff bad enough, I'll get somebody else to make it for me. I don't need to fight with a 3D printer. I'm sure some of you guys are a lot better at that than I'm ever going to be. Let's water this down just a tiny little bit. Start in the middle. Go to this side. Now, see what this looks like on a tank. And the rest of the tank, you know, it's relatively boring. 3D printing hobby in itself, not for me either. Yeah, I don't have the personality type to have something printed and then come back from work and it printed wrong. And now I want this side. It's just another way of getting the rug pulled out from you. It's like, this is relaxation. It's supposed to be anyways. 3D printing stuff just, you know, maybe if it was quicker. Maybe if it took like an hour to make something, but not to spend multiple hours to make something and it's made wrong where you don't know it's being made wrong because it's printing at home while you're at work. Okay. Oh, all right. Piece of cake, right? Let's finish this thing up. Let's finish this guy up. All right, we got a couple logs, right? We got some rusty parts. Let's go ahead and do the tracks and, well, we got to do the wheels first. So let's get up a little bit bigger brush. I think we were using one of these ones that's black. It actually was behaving really well. Hopefully it's not this one because it'd be upside down. Maybe it was this one, honestly. Yeah. I hate that I take my contacts out and I gotta like have something like in front of my face to see it work. Otherwise I can't see what I'm even doing. It's a bit annoying. So I checked the hobby store again to see if they had the Tamiya painting, the Tamiya, this stuff, the cement. And they didn't. They had one by Mr. Hobby. So I opened it up, figured, oh, maybe it doesn't smell so bad. It smells horrible. It smells like acetone. Like, I'd never use that. I don't care how good it is. It smells way too bad. Because what my goal is to buy another one of these. Well, to buy another one of these, fill this one all the way up, and then dispose of the rest of it. And then I've got one of these that are empty containers and put the California stuff in there. It smells like oranges. And then I've got the applicator because the applicator for this is amazing, you know. But look, I even got it at Hobby Lobby. They don't carry it anymore. or it's not restocked, which is the new normal for everywhere. Like, oh, we don't have it in right now. Well, do you know when you're going to get it? No. All right. These actually give you a nice little rim you can hold the brush up against. And if you go over it a little bit, it's not a big deal because most of this is going to be dry brushed anyways. Okay, it's all the ones that have that. Let's go ahead and get the road wheels from this angle. Yeah, it was just the turret that was really rough. See, this flow aid really helps for this paint to just, the brush not to catch. All right, now we're going to flip this way. Yeah, see, I boogered that one up. I'm going to leave that alone. Won't even be noticeable. I might go back and fix it, but okay. And then do the same thing on the road wheels on this side. And I really disliked doing this until I started painting a bunch of 15mm figures in units, like Romans or something, and I had to repeat this thing for everything. This is just road wheels. Okay. And this side's done. So let's go to the other side, do the same thing. I wish I knew how to do the snow on the stands as well, and I had winter troops, because I wouldn't mind having a set for like the winter 42, 43. Because one of my favorite areas in the Eastern Front is that relief to Stalingrad, Wintergewitter. It's a time period that I like on the Eastern Front. You don't have any super tanks yet. I mean, I guess you could. You could have some Tigers, but you shouldn't, as few as there were. But you got some long-barreled Panzer IVs. But even though they have a long barrel, they can be punched in the face. It's not like, they have tons of armor that the Soviets can't deal with. So and it's still that nice balance of the Germans have the better quality stuff, the Soviets have more of it. But that is one of my favorite time periods of the Eastern Front combat. Black Cross, Red Star, Bloody Snow. And you don't have to use any of those damn SS units. Okay, that's that. Got a barrel here. I'm gonna go ahead and fill that in. I'm gonna go ahead and fill that in with paint. We got some rustification stuff back here. Let's get the orange. Agent Orange. Anybody watching this? Man, you guys are just silent. Maybe I need to have more commentary. If I had more controversial stuff, I say, hey, I'm not here for controversy. This is United in Hobby. Of course, we need to do the tracks. And I've been really happy of my choice of using this as a core color. This, well, it used to be called SS Camo Black. Now it's called German Camouflage Black Brown. I'm sure it's one of the colors that the SS have in their smock. But this works really well as a base color for the tracks, in my opinion. For what I like, I'm not a fan of those bright orange tracks. I don't want tracks that are the same color as, you know, this muffler. That's a little extreme for my taste. Yeah, they get rusty, but they move around and that rust, you know, gets worn off. So we'll just use this same one. This should be fine. Let's zoom this out a little bit and get a little bit better. We could probably go to this view now. Of course, we're going to have to rotate, okay? And we can take this image and make it disappear. There we go. I gotta do stuff like that from time to time to still be able to process how exactly it's gonna work. So, all right. Trek time. And then tomorrow morning we're going to start, well, I'm not going to say I'm going to start with the assault gun crew. Let's knock out these T-34s. Because the assault gun crew is, I'm not going to be able to seal that until I get the right Viejo stuff on Monday. We'll flip-flop between these two things. I want to paint these Soviet figures. Soviet half figures. We don't need to paint the bottom of the tracks here. It's going to get epoxy to the base anyways. We do want to paint enough stuff if any of it is showing. Even the top of the track. Then we got a tree trunk, or 2 tree trunks in this case. And I think that's it. Weathering. So the cool thing about their brush is this surface primer, the Vallejo surface primer, works in it. So I don't have to get another primer that I'm not comfortable with. I figured it wouldn't be able to spray it with a dab because it's kind of gummy, because it has some polyurethane properties to it. I figure it's going to gum up the airbrush. Nope. Man, they're being loud in the other room. I mean, I don't know what the hell they're talking about, but because my hearing's shot, but I can hear but not understand. You only use Vallejo primer brush on. Me too. And then I'm like, well, let's see if this works. Yep. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Because what I was doing was I was spray painting in black. You know, the spray paint works fine, except that it's very smelly. And the quality of the spray paint cans are garbage now. Ever since they got rid of Model Master, you could get a pretty decent spray out of it. And it wouldn't like, you know, and get like thicker parts on it and splatter and stuff like that. But they discontinued it. Rust-Oleum bought testers and discontinued a bunch of shit. So now what do? You go and get Krylon, and Krylon is garbage. Or, you know, the paint might be okay, but the cans are garbage. And, yeah, I don't care how many times you, I don't think I did the tracks over here. I don't care how many times you, you hold the can upside down to clear it. It's just not clearing it. Clogs up. You get a big can, and you only end up being able to use about half of it, because by the time you use the other half, it's all clogged. Whew. Yawnification. I think I'm going to have to pour myself some coffee. I'll do that. Let's put this tank on here, and we'll be right back. Get to see what the hell this thing looks like. Now, every detail you add to it, it makes it look more complete. So I like those air identifications, the air identification stripe. You have a sinus problem, rattle cans are a no-go. They smell so bad now. And I'm not saying that I ever liked the smell of it, but some smells are worse than others. The Tester's liquid glue that we used to use growing up, that's like this. It had a strong smell, but it didn't necessarily smell bad. It's not like I liked the smell of it. But I'm used to working on your hobby and not having things that have any smell to them. It just kind of habits. So when you start working with plastic models, and you're like, man, I don't remember. None of this stuff has any smell at all. So, okay, so while we let that fully dry, let's go ahead and add more of this here to the back end. Let's paint these 2 logs. I should do research on the logs. Now, the important thing on the logs is that you remember the ends where they're cut should not be the same color as the outside. I've seen people paint like a Roman fort that's all made out of logs, and the ends are tapered, and they've got the ends painted the same color as the husk, the bark. All right, let's grab something that isn't exactly like the chocolate brown that we've been using. Let's use this English uniform. Let's put some of it down. We're going to mix some black in it and see what these logs look like. And I want them similar because they probably got cut from the same place. I didn't realize that. I always saw pictures of Soviet tanks with these logs, and I'm like, oh, well, maybe they needed them to cross something or whatever. But if you've ever looked at T-34s, it's especially more prevalent in the earlier ones. None of the ones I have happen to have that, but if you have a model of a T-34, there'll be like this big box, and it's a relatively large box. You know, maybe in scale, probably 3 feet by 3 feet. That would sit on here. It looks like, well, I wonder what kind of parts they have on there. They were filled with sand. So these logs are, you know, extra armor and shit too. You know, I didn't know that. I just assumed that if they wanted extra armor on them, they would have built them that way, with more armor. But I did not know about the. I didn't know about the those cans the boxes filled with dirt. So if you ever see like these big boxes are on the side, they're on this 45-degree slope. They are filled with dirt for extra armor protection. I don't know how effective it is, but it's certainly better than not having it. We're still going to paint the end. We're just going to end up painting, lightening it up. Let's get the turret off before something bad happens. It's been an all-day dreary, rainyish. It's not really rainyish. It's been a drizzlish day. And let's go to the other side and do the same thing. All right, now let's do a couple things. Let's take this color here, and let's add a little bit of white and see what we get. Yeah, that works okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take this color here and lighten it up some, and then we're going to go over this. Kind of a wet, dry brush. Go to the other side, do the same thing. This is the only one that has 2 logs, I think. Does this one have 2 logs? Yeah, this is the only one with 2 logs. Tried to make them all a little different. Got 2 batches of grandkids, finally peaceful. I went to the hobby store and I was trying to see if they had the matte varnish for airbrush, and every single time it's like there was 2 kids. There was like multiple groups of 2 kids, and they were like, you know, it wasn't they were kids, they were like 7, and they were just like running around in there. Like I couldn't think. You know, I'm like where's the parents? You're playing on an aisle, there's no toys and stuff. There's just freaking hobby paint. Grandkids, I don't have that problem. Thank goodness. I'm not old enough for that. Actually, I am old enough. I'm just not. My daughter's not old enough. My daughter shouldn't be old enough. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I figure the one thing that really screws me up more than anything else is being interrupted. I like lose my train of thought. Sometimes I'll be like, well, I better not start this. Why? Well, because I could get interrupted any moment and then like spend like 10 minutes. Like, where the hell was I? You have grandkids that like to play with stuff that they shouldn't play with. My daughter was really good about that. Don't touch that. She wouldn't touch it. Not like, oh, you wouldn't. Oh, don't touch it. You mean like this, like this, like this, like this? Slap. My daughter was not one of those. Thank goodness. Never had to lock my room. You wish. Also, they like to touch things they're not supposed to. My daughter was really good about that. Now, she was really bad about interrupting when you're on the phone. Like, if you got on a phone call, she wouldn't have anything to say to you until you got on a phone call. And then she's like, I need this, I need the other thing, I need it. It's like awfully coincidental. Luckily, I don't know on very many phone calls, but I think I could probably get away with using this. Very little of that side's visible. One dropped the toy she was carrying. It split in two to reveal an awesome skeleton inside. Toys with skeletons inside. Hey, that's really cool. Drop another one. Alright. This is glossy as shit, or at least looks like it's glossy as shit. We need to lighten up the standard side of the wood a little bit. It's just getting lost. Not go crazy. I tried to pinch it. I've got this. I got this smaller. I need to make this bigger so I can read your whole comment. There we go. Tried to pinch it, no chance. So we go, that's where he is. I'm missing it all along. Now we're going to take that color. Okay. I'm going to leave that. Oh, geez, what did I do? Did I mess anything up? No. Okay. That's where we're going to leave it at. Now, am I happy with that? Yes. I'm going to go ahead. I'm not going to use enamel. I want to make sure that I don't mess up anything underneath it. We're going to take some of this matte varnish. We're just going to go over it just to help protect it a little bit. I don't want to scrub this dry brush on and mess that up. It looks like it's glossy, but it'll be matte. Would be perfect for some chariots I have in my stash, but I need 8 in total. Well, now you know, hopefully you know what toy to buy. You could just get more of those. Marcus Childress, good evening. Looking good. You like the turret painting on that one? Yeah, I did it live here. Yeah. For Soviet Moldova. All right, I need to take a little bit of a bathroom break. I'll be right back. it was from a Kinder egg. Oh, I actually think I know what that is. That's like you get some random thing, right? Some chocolate thing and you get a random, a Kinder egg, a child's egg. Well, the wood might be kind of gray, but honestly, probably should be all right. We got some paint that chipped off there. No big deal. Okay, dry brush time. So you can see one of these, what this looks like finished. So let's lose this. We do not need dry brush and a wet palette are kind of incompatible. They're like mortal enemies, so to speak. I do need to see if I've got Russian tank crew made out of white metal, so maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that next after we're done doing the dry brush. And let's get something I can dry brush on. Yeah, I don't want something that's chocolate. I just end up throwing the chocolate thing away. I'm not a chocolate fan. I am not. There is some chocolate that I like, but things that are sugary make me really angry. Actually, I'm not until something goes wrong. Then I get angry. Some people get angry with liquor. Not me. I'm a hugger. I get angry with sugar. And I never have it. And I rarely have sugar. Really? Storm? Oh, man, this one's too good a shape for that. We need one that's crappier. Always start with a running gear. If you overplay your hand, you can make it look like you really didn't. Actually, these are the wrong pattern tracks for this type, this period T-34. Well, they're very basic tracks, but they're trying to replicate the tracks that were available early war. Whatever, not that big of a deal. It's a wargaming miniature and an old one at that. Now the Iraqi sand is the next color that I did grab. Iraqi sand, didn't I? No, I grabbed buff. Ah, there we go. It's his cousin. Everything gets that on top of it as well. front. All right, back to running gear over on this side. Really looking forward to starting World War II later this year. What were you doing before? This is just my rediscovery of my return to World War II. You know, World War II painting stuff for World War II, I should say that. I've always been gaming it. And what kind of World War II are you interested in? Land, sea? I take it land. And what theaters? Okay, and then back here, we're going to have a lot of $15mm fantasy, but deep into it, bought way too much 18, 19 years ago. Did you get any of those, what was it, Demon World or whatever? The almost looks like Games Workshop and 15mm. I remember when those were really popular, and then they went out of production, and people were going crazy for them. And I think they're back now. I want to say Ralph Parther brought them back. Games Workshop style. Early war, okay. Rob Pother, was that right? Cool. See, I know things. I pay attention sometimes. What rule set were you using for fantasy? Let's take a look and see how we're doing. But we still got the next color to come up. Uh-huh. Push too hard on it. This is honestly a much better paint job of this miniature deserves. It's really pretty rough. Okay. Let's get the Racky Sand out here. Fantastic battles. Bum bum bum. Heard of it, never played it. The problem with fantasy is this, and I prefer fantasy to science fiction. I'm really not a fan of science fiction. Because the problem with science fiction is it might have the wrong kind of science in it. You know, like there's some things that just are kind of hard to, you know, a hard pill to swallow. You know, for some of us. So, like BattleTech. I don't dislike BattleTech, don't get me wrong, but BattleTech is like way in the future, right? The weapons are more inaccurate than they are now. And they'll say, oh, well, that's because they had a civil war. And okay, so if you use the whatever the, I forget who it's called, Space Force or whatever, whatever they are, Comstar, whatever they are, the people that were running everything before they broke up. Yeah, well, you can use their weapons. They're still inaccurate. They're too inaccurate. So. Star something. I forget what the hell it was. And I don't dislike BattleTech. As a matter of fact, the computer game for BattleTech is incredibly good. Oh, there it is. You showed up. We're talking about computer games. Hey, Nordic. Finishing the first T-34 with hand-painted slogan. And this is probably the smallest, most wordy slogan I'll ever have to do. So, no, that's OnStar. Yeah, and I don't have that because I don't have a GM. I think that's a GM proprietary thing. You know, my vehicles are always made by Sons of Samurai. It's a shame that the best vehicles in the world aren't American vehicles, but they might be for some people, but I would disagree with you. Oh, we still have a little headlight to do beep beep. Played BattleTech tabletop way too much in the past and loved the PC version too, but not interested anymore. The PC version is really true to it. And I think it's pretty challenging. It can be. Is it raining? You hear water. You got woman's hearing or something like that? What's wrong with you? Somebody may be taking a shower. I can't hear it though. Remember, when you tune in here, you might have to wear a diaper just in case you got to go to the bathroom because it might be raining. It's been drizzling all day today. Doesn't really keep you from doing anything. It's actually kept the temperature down, so I don't mind it that much. All right. Let's take a look at where we're at. I can't look at your screen. I'm getting glare where there isn't any. It's not looking half bad. Let's get this out of there. We got live paint on there. Let's compare it to the other ones. It looks really good. It looks really good at about 3 feet away. But this lighting is weird. This lighting is really good for me painting. It's not good for you guys seeing what the hell's going on because you just got a lot of shadows and stuff when there isn't any. But I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, so here is the... Let's see if we can get a zoom in here. Let's see if we can bring this up. Which one of these images is it? Nope, not that one. Which one of these images is it? This one? That's the top of the turret. Okay, here is what we're trying to... There's the writing on it. Let's see how I did. How did it get backwards again? What the fuck, man? I've already changed it 3 times. Free programs, bullshit. I'm pretty happy with that. So, anyhow, it'll be a little bit clearer on a real photo. Anyhow, yeah, it looks pretty good to me. I'm happy with it, or it looks like how I want it to look like. So you can see what kind of a rough surface these tanks have. It's, you know, you can even see it's just extremely gradient. For Soviet Moldavia, that's right. That's the one. That's the one. Now, supposedly the unit that had this had an entire tank brigade with the same writing on it. Well, that's just dumb. That's just dumb to you know, to do that from a standpoint of variety, you know. So that's just silly, you know, with all the things that we could be doing, you know, with all the variety. So we've got this one, we've got this guy here, and then we've got this one. And we've already got the bases for for the next set of 4 T-34s done. Yeah, there must have been a T-34 that was really fat because they're all this size. You know, they got a lot more meat around them, which I actually like that much meat around it. Allows you to put some bushes on there and kind of makes it look like you can kind of get an idea what kind of terrain it's in. Looks like a T-34 target practice. Could be. Could be. But we're going to seal this thing up before we do any of that stuff. Okay. So that one is done. I'm going to take a look. I'm going to take a little break from painting. What that means is, let me look through some lead. I need to see if I've got some Soviet tank crewmen that are available to put in the tanks in the roof of these Chelyabinsk tanks. So that way I can decide whether I'm going to leave the hatches open or what have you. So, and the metal is really, really, really brittle on this stuff. So, okay. So let me go grab my pile of Soviets. We'll do some figures. We'll do some figures soon. We'll do some figures soon. All right. The figures should be here. One of these is a bag of commies. And there's a lot of figures in here I really, really like. Fortunately, I had the foresight to get them. What's this? This is Brits. Or as we used to call them when we were kids, soup heads. Because their helmet looks like a bowl of soup. The fattest bag is probably the Germans. Enough of those bastards to go around. Who's this? Americana. Who's this? Is this German? Oh! I have a Britannia figure, so I can show you what I hate about them. This is more Germans, 2 bags of Germans. This is probably Soviets then. No, this is Germans too. All right, where's my Soviets? This ain't funny. More Germans. Bastards. Britannia figures. And Soviet Russia figures. Paint you, comrade. That's right. So see this face that this figure has? This Britannia figure has? Fudgesicle. Let's zoom this in. Somewhere and it not move. This almost looks like a poor man's Rommel or something like that. Every Britannia figure looks like this. They all have the same damn face. Focus, God bless it. There we go. It's not necessarily a bad face, but they kind of have big heads. Small feet. And everybody has the same damn face. Not inspiring to build a whole army of them. Okay. I gunned your Soviets down. Yeah. What happened is I was looking for the German tank crewmen. That's why I pulled them out. Which means the Soviets are probably in this bin. Oh. God help me. That's heavy, so that's definitely, this is probably it. I don't think I have any. So let me preface that with, I don't think I have any Soviet tank crewmen in white metal. But let's see. I do have a couple of plastic ones, which I'm not opposed to using as long as they look all right. This might actually be a good time to... No, I'm not going to do that. I was going to say sword stuff. No, I'll be here all night. And most of these guys, they don't make anymore. Unfortunately. I didn't tell them to stop carrying things. Okay, what the hell is this? I did not know I had a small mortar for the Soviets. I need to lose this little window, because... Just out of curiosity, what's the most infantry miniatures you would be required? The most? I don't know, the most you'd be required. It's whatever you want to make it to. I think it's... I don't think you'd want to handle more than 10 per person. I don't know who the hell makes these guys. These might actually be... I don't know who the hell makes them. I didn't know I had a small mortar, a 50 millimeter mortar, whatever the equivalent is for the Soviets. That's cool. That'd be one of the first things I should paint. I didn't know I had that. Alright, this is just... Oh, these are FAA guys. I hate these guys. I hate these guys. They got lots of cheekbones and they're still in production. You know, and they have this gaunt, skeletal type look to them. And they're not terrible, but the face is really... And again, they all have the same type of face. You know what they look like? It looks like freaking Eddie from Iron Maiden. That's what they look like. But they're not as cool. They look like Eddie from Iron Maiden. You know, a lot of the rifles is like, okay, this rifle's like made out of like 2 tubes next to each other. It's just kind of shoddy casting. So I've got all these. You know, some guy like this guy's not too bad because his face is mostly hidden. This is one of these scout guys because he's got a hoodie with a paper shah. And I've probably painted 7 or 8 of these type figures. This figure's not too bad. His face isn't too bad. From that angle, it's not bad at all. It's just, they just have very, you know, I'm not a fan of them. So, that's the FAAs. Last one I pulled these guys out, I put all the FAAs in here. And there's some useful stuff, like there's Yeah, there's like an artillery crew. I'm sure I'm going to have to use them, you know. But unlike 15s, when I was doing medieval stuff, there's more 15s that I like than there are 20s. There's lots of, you know, in the Castor Defense, it's a Soviet soldiers, probably a faux rifle. Nah, they made lots of them. They made lots of those damn rifles. And then likewise, these guys are SHQ, which aren't badly molded. They're just, every figure is exactly the same. And they're not, their equipment and stuff is kind of the same. They might be in different poses. They're just not very inspiring. They'll be usable, but they're just not very inspiring. Okay, but that's, you know, back when there weren't pictures of stuff. So I'm like, oh, okay, I need to get some guys with semi-automatic rifles. That's what it is. Semi-automatic rifle guys. Now, yeah, these are the combat miniatures. I'm a fan of those. And these are the Drew's militias. What's in here? This is a tank crew, but this is the American tank crew. So I don't know what the hell they're doing in the Soviet bag, but I'm gonna have to report them to McCarthy. Oh, these are all the scouts. These are guys that all have scouts and stuff. Well, these are some cool figures, man. These are some cool figures. These are old. I don't know if they're Drew's Militia or Battlefield or Blitz or whatever. They're all, well, one point or the other. Look at this. Really cool poses. These are all scouts, so they got the smocks on. Soviet scouts. This is... Oh, these jokers were in super high demand. These are the old War Games Foundry 20mm ones that since have been put back in production, but I got these on eBay a long time ago, back when they were out of production. And the figures are, they're not anything to get excited about, but they do have a cool officer with a Nagant revolver. Some heavy machine guns, and who's this commissar? Actually, he looks more like an NKVD guy. Why won't you focus? And they're a little on the large size, but that's okay. They work just fine. That's what's in this bag. Okay, so the other bag is all Battlefield / Drew's Militia stuff from their Stalingrad line, and there's some spectacular figures in there. Spectacular figures. You know, and every figure in there is different. So you've got all these, not necessarily these, because they come with multiple, but these figures, every one of these figures should be a different pose. And that's not necessary, but it adds, you know, flavor. So let me see if I can show you some guys, what I'm telling you about, that are really freaking cool, despite them being communists. Well, I don't like the guys that are Nazis either, so, you know. Let's see if this does it. All right, so we need to be near the 187. Okay. Let me show you. So look at this guy's hand. Look how well crafted this guy's hand is. Now, sometimes these guys look like they're children and they're wearing oversized clothes. Sometimes. But then you got some guys that are just spectacular. Look at this guy here. Look at this sniper. Look at this Soviet sniper with a... I gotta get you a better picture than that. Oh, it's coming down now. Well, we can use the rain. Just an excellent figure. With the camo stuff on the rifle. So I only have one of them. I've got 4 or 5 snipers, and every one of them is different. Here's another one. This is from the Battlefield Stalingrad range that came out about 2001, 2002, and is now out of production. Commissar with a bullhorn. Already pulled that as Tokarev. Ready for some motivation by lead. Really, really, really cool, guys. Is this another sniper? No, but here's a guy that's got a lot of character. Little field cap. Is he wounded? Because some of these guys are wounded. Yeah, this guy's actually got a wound on his arm. Which one's going to be Zaitsev? None. Nope. None of them. Really, really cool figures. Look at this guy. He's got the bayonet out. Side cap. He's bundled up over his ears. Really cool stuff. Another Commissar. This time he brought the Pepe Shah with him. So, and they'll all have, excuse the shitty basing, but they will all have a surname on them with, you know, basing that matches the new stuff now. But, you know, I painted this guy almost 30 years ago. The painting on it's just as good as anything I do now. Just the basing isn't. This is all done with Games Workshop colors. Anyhow, yeah, that guy was done in the mid-90s. Cool stuff. I don't have any Soviet tank crewmen. So, what I need to see then is, let's get a bag, put all these commons in it. Let me find the bits and pieces of my T-34s and the T-70s and see if I can't get any half figures. Because we're going to need some for the T-34-85s also. I really don't want to order anything. Because the T-34-85s, I got 8 of them. They're SHQ. They come with no crew members. They come with no crew. 0 crew members. None, as in a convent. Alright. Of course, what just fell down? I really wish I could get rid of this couch. It's in the way of every single thing I need to get to. That was fast. I'm gonna end up knocking the fucking coffee down like I did the other day. I picked this area up. Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. That's good. That's the SU-T-34. That's the only model of Soviets that would have a crew. Okay, cool. So we can put that away. Move the Soviets out. Soviet tanker. And here's another couple of them. And just to see if the half figures will work. I think that's what I have available. So let's take one of those Chelyabinsk tanks and see if we can work with this. And let's zoom the hell out. But my World War II gaming is more about the figures than it is. You're playing World War II using O group and chain of command. Chain of command is close to what I want, but it's still too generic for my taste. Yeah, I haven't seen O group. O group is I hate World War II. I shouldn't say I hate because I played them before, but I don't like infantry that it's multiple people on a stand. That an infantry stand represents a squad or even a platoon or something like that. I've done that stuff. I want individual people. So if you limit to that, chain of command actually has individual people, and their command system is kind of unique. I just think their stuff is too generic, you know. Yeah, O group is more like operational stuff. That's not really my thing. I've done it before. It doesn't scratch the itch. But chain of command, I've watched several videos of it, and it would be modifiable. It would be okay. I got the chain of command. I have the chain of command series on Figure-atively. I bought it. I downloaded it a couple months ago, and then realized it had a big error in it. They allow you to use a Panzer III in late 42, and they weren't around back then. So when I see something like that, it's like, who proofread this? You know? O group is battalion base, yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Now the problem with this is a 176 scale model, and these were 1/72 scale figures. And they tend to be a little on the large side. So let's see if we can discount these guys from being usable. We can remove the size of this stand a little bit. So that's not really an issue. But I think it's going to still be, let's see, can I do that right now? And let's go ahead and do that right now and see if he's a fit. See if he'll even physically fit in there. Man, it is coming down. Well, we can use the rain. As long as you don't have the storm shit, the thunder and lightning crap. Come on, you can fit in there, you commie bastard. Okay, let's see what this guy looks like. I think he's usable. I think he's usable. All right, let's get him out without hopefully breaking his arms. Okay. Now what about the half figure? I might have to install him from the bottom. You know, the cool thing about figures is it gives you a sense of scale of the vehicle. He might be... He doesn't fit. Okay. Now, what about these Eschi figures? What about these Eschi figures? I have two T-34s that have track issues, so they're not completable. They come with a tank commander. too zoomed in. I'm like showing stuff and you guys aren't seeing it because I'm too zoomed in. Yeah, they've got these half figures. Here's that box. Here's that box of dirt. Here's that box of dirt that I was telling you. That's actually was armor. Well, you know, they would fill it full of dirt and stuff like that. Oh, I got extra tracks and shit. Okay, this is like a treasure trove. Cool. All right, we're gonna put some of these figures together. All right, we got these commie guys here, and we got T-34s. I just don't want to get into building the T-34s. Let me start getting into like the Panthers. I don't have the stands that the Panthers fit on. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. I'm gonna have to give that a hard think. Yeah. Well, the way I look at it is, you know, I mean, what I'm playing is an actual scale. So, you know, you're throwing a grenade and the grenade's going, you know, a foot away, not this far away. You know, so that's kind of the definition. But, you know, I don't want to put this kind of detail in the game and the game be kind of like, all right, roll 1 to 3, it hits, 1 to 5, 4 to 5, it's gone, kind of thing. And I need more, you know, worthiness of it for that. But that's just me. I mean, other people, you know, I'm the exception. Like I said, I'm prepared to play this game, and nobody will want to play it with me. That's fine. I'm building this stuff because I like what it is, you know. I've seen several videos, probably 4 or 5. Of the Lardies playing the of Richard playing the chain of command with the little weasel dude. It's dangerous playing games with people that small. They do all kinds of sneaky shit. Okay, who did we leave out here? Communists. Here's a little crew. All right, let's put all these guys together. Good. Well, I found the stuff that I needed. The SG crews actually look better than I thought they were. Excellent. Their figures suck. They're plastic figures. The SG figures really suck. They're very, like, we've got these really necks that are sticking out and stuff like that, but... All right, so how's this guy doing? This guy doing okay? We're going to have to seal this thing. We're not going to... Oh, we've got some metal. Nope, not that one. I mean, that one could work, but... Sorry, buddy. He got snippy with me. I refused to watch his videos after that. That's the videos, Rich Clark. I think Rich Clark would be a lot of fun to play games with. I just don't care the shifty people that he's played against. Now, there may be some, just the ones I've seen, just like I wouldn't want to play a game with that. That guy doesn't seem like there's any fun. He's trying to accidentally do shit. Yeah. There's aspects of the rules that I like, and I've actually played a game of it, and enjoyed it fairly well. You know, the things I dislike about it is when you take casualties, you have a little bit too much freedom who to pick, who dies. That's easy to fix. That's relatively easy to fix. And the vehicle stats and movement rates are a little too generic. Again, probably pretty easy to fix. I've got the stats to do all that kind of stuff. So if I wanted to do a chain of command advanced, so to speak, I could probably do it. I like the pre-game stuff, moving it. There's a lot to like there, you know. You're talking about Storm of Steel made a joke about Soviets spamming everything as their tactics, and he got snippy about it, so I said no more watching videos of his. Yeah, Soviet spamming tactics. It depends on the year. I mean, they certainly did it more than anybody except than most people. But they got a little bit more sophisticated as they got, but you know, only the ones that survived got sophisticated. The ones that got grounded in a meat grinder, you know. Okay, so speaking of Soviets spamming with frickin' 12 tanks. The big thing of the game of a game is, do you like what the turn sequence is? And I like that you don't know who gets to go next. So it's total chaos. And you have to manage the chaos as best as you can. But, you know, it's not like, let's do all the Germans first, let's do all the Soviets. Those type of games I'm not interested in. You know, they're too generic. And I forget what chain of command does. I know it doesn't do that. I think it's like you keep going until you can or something like that. There's that pip mechanism that you roll and see what you can do. I like that. I think that has some potential. So I'd like to play it a couple more times, but I won't be doing chain of command with my figures. But I'm not opposed to playing it again. We had a good time playing it. I don't know if that makes any sense, you know. So just like I don't mind playing a game that doesn't look like it's done out to the nines, okay? But when I do the terrain and stuff, you'll see. It's going to be a slow road, but it's going to look amazing. It's going to look amazing, or I'm not going to do it, you know? That's my motivation, is to play games that look like the ones that you see in those hobby magazines, you know, that are like, you know, get you all hot and bothered. Okay, we need a piece of sprue for the antenna. Oh, we gotta paint the headlight. The headlight, how could we forget the headlight? And I finally got some good headlights from the Opel Blitz Truxes. Yeah, I think you could modify. I think that Chain of Command is a decent game, you know. You know, I just look at stuff, you know, like I looked at the stuff in the back of Wintergewitter, and I'm like, okay, it's, you know, the armor value of this is a 5, the one of this is a 6. There's more to it than that. But I'm a treadhead, you know, I'm an X35th scale modeler. You know, we're not doing ancients and medievals anymore. This is my religion, so to speak. So I want all that kind of detail. I don't like ASL because it doesn't have enough detail. So that's the kind of nutcase I am. But it's the narrative. The narratives that happen with the rule system that has that kind of detail is just insane. The kind of stuff is just insane that you will see happen. All right, so we're going to take this dark color. I hope I can pull this off like I did the other times. Now, let's go a little bit darker. This is like the latest thing that I'm trying to master. And what I mean master is that I'm happy with every time I do it. Your current 1/35th scale World War II modeler. Yeah, I'm never going back to that. They're too expensive, man. I remember when Tamiya kits were like, the expensive one was like $30. They were all ran around $15 to $22 or something like that. Them days are over. They got DML stuff that's in the $50 range and shit like that. I don't know, is the stall called DML or is it now Dragon or whatever? Nice thing about where the headlights are located, if I somehow find like some miraculous way of doing them that's so much superior to how I've done them before, I can just redo them. They're not in a place that, you know, they can't be gotten to. That'll work for now. Okay. This commie meat wagon is done. You know what I like? I like taking a model that nobody loves and fixing it up. I like doing that. So, anyhow, can't really tell because there's too much glare in here. There's not dull coat, but you get the idea. Looks pretty cool. Pretty happy with it. All right. What time is it? 6 something. Let me check on the other people. See if I can. If they don't mind, I continue, and I will be right back and give you an update in a moment. And why is this screen thing small? Did my screen get smaller? I don't know. I'll be right back. Okay, folks, we're back. Back for round two. How long have we been on here? Almost 3 hours? Excellent. Excellent. Superb. All right. So let's get these T-34s that are painted out of the way. Let's get this Panzer III also out of the way. I need some room. It's getting to be dark, so let's go ahead and turn this on. And Panzer III goes over here. Got a spot for a couple T-34s. Okay. Let's put this stuff out of the way. Along with these folks. Hey, maybe I could use the tank crew for something else, you know? You know, realistically, in the rules I'm using, you're pretty much buttoned up all the time because you would be an idiot not to be. I mean, you're in machine gun pistol range. You know, you don't want to get, hosed by that. So I'll get them out of the way. Let me line up some 88s on them. You don't need 88s. Pack 40 will do just fine. Remember, this is like under 100 meters. You know, the longest shot on a 4x8 foot table is like 250 meters or something like that. That's point blank range. Were you on Nordic when I was talking about the rules for battle? What was it called? Battleground. Battleground. I came across some scenarios for Battleground. I was never a fan of Battleground. I don't know why. It just didn't. The turn structure, something I didn't like it. It wasn't. It's not that I won't play the game. It's just I'm not motivated to do all this work for a game that's like that. I don't know if that makes any sense, but they had some scenarios, and they had this book that was called Panthers. Really, you're an 88 fan? I'm the gun on the Panther fan. I like that 75 L70. That is a great freaking firearm. That's a great freaking gun. I am not a Tiger battle crap. Battleground. Yeah. So they had this scenario book that was called Panthers East, and it was all scenarios based on Panthers on the Eastern Front. And I see stuff like that. I'm like, oh, maybe these guys have access to some sites or some stuff that that I don't have access to. Bullshit. A lot of this stuff is just invented. Like they had this scenario that was from Prokhorovka, and it was, whichever SS division happened to be in that one, in that particular scenario, Leavesden Dart, I think is what it said, and it was like 5 Panzer IVs, 5 Tiger 1s, and 5 Panthers, and they didn't have Panthers. And you start seeing something like that, you just like lose confidence that these people that know what they're talking about. I just assume, I just assume, oh, you're making scenarios, you know what you're talking about. Nope. I mean, we all make mistakes. That's a pretty severe one, Okay. The next T-34. The next T-34 is going to be, let me go here and see what we're dealing with. Okay, we're not doing this one next because I don't have the right T-34, but I want you to check this out. Look how beautiful this paint scheme is. Let's see, let's open up an image. No, not that one. What's the one I was using for the, I don't label these anythings. Well, the Tigers at Kursk is really interesting. I'll tell you about that in a second, what I found out this last week. let's open the source properties. Let's browse, and let me see if I can show you this picture of this T-34 in snow camouflage that is absolutely gorgeous. I don't know how accurate it is. Look at that. That is freaking beautiful. Now, I don't know if that is supposed to be... It's probably green, not like black with a whitewash. It turned it that color, but that is really good looking. The other thing I also like is I like the Stalingrad T-34s would have the all steel road wheels. I think it will look pretty sweet, although they're probably noisy as shit. I know they're noisy as shit. But that is really good looking vehicle right there. All right, I'm gonna leave that up while I search the things that I've pulled down so we can pick our next candidate. All these hard edge turrets, they are we're going to do this one as this particular one, and there's the image of this one's floating around different places. This is supposedly one at Kursk, and we'll do one of the commanders as this one. Let's see, is it on this image? Yes. Okay, perfect. So we're going to come over here. I also like the hatch pattern. You know, I don't like the hatch pattern at all. I don't. And it's almost like they took like chicken wire and sprayed over it or something like that. But the problem with snow is even if it's done right, sometimes it just looks too sloppy, at least to my eye. So, you know, again, it just depends on what you want to do with it. Let's go ahead and browse this. But that almost looks like the late war Yaks, the fighter planes that the Soviets used. There was really beautiful paint schemes that those planes had. That's actually a really good looking plane anyways. This is what we're going to use here. We're going to use old number 27. And I've actually seen this with different kind of road wheels and different kind of stuff on there. We're going to do this one as one of the command tanks. I don't think it's that crazy to paint. You could do it. One thing at a time. Crazy to paint, man. I just did crazy to paint. I don't think anything I'm going to come up with is crazier than that. This was just stupid. That was just stupid. And I really did it because of the roof. I wanted the roof line. Okay, number 27. We're not going to give it a log. It's not going to have a log. Pinch it, no log. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have to do a slogan that difficult before. Again, sorry, not before, again. Okay. This dude right here. I know I did. So normally I do all of the running gear and all that stuff and then do the turret. Last time I just did the turret first. Let's do the turret first. That's what I'm excited about. I'm excited about painting that 27. That is a crazy looking 27. That's a crazy looking 27. So we're going to take this here. Let's get our white out. We're going to need a new, we can probably suck some of this up. it's not using up all that real estate. Look at that. I've actually never done that before. These are they're kind of glossy-ish. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have to do a slogan that small ever again. It actually wasn't that bad because it was towards the bottom, so I could kind of gauge the height of it, but just take it one stroke at a time. It's not that difficult. Sometimes you just got to challenge yourself to get better. You know? Okay, 27. Big old 27. All right. This is the brush that we have confidence in. Boy, that stuff went like invisible. We got enough white here? Kind of. Not really. We need more substance of that. And we test this against something that's dry. I don't know that I have any of this stuff dry enough to do it. Again, this is super forgiving, so yeah, it's really close to itself. So let's just kind of lay this out. Now, does it go all the way from the top all the way to the bottom? It does. I'm gonna use my artistic license and give it a little bit more meat on the top and the bottom. Okay, so let's start with the 2. The 2 is going to curl up to the corner, or near to the corner. And then it's going to come all the way down. And there's a straight side on the 2, and then it's going to go across. Like so. Oh, I guess I should shrink this. I should shrink this little guy. There we go. It's freaking huge. All right. And then, well, I actually needed it bigger than that, but, and then the 7 has like a weird bend in it. I might just artistic license that thing and fix it up a little bit. Just a bad day for the artist, I guess, on that day. We're going to go straight across the top. I'm going to stop short of that periscope. And it actually bends. God, that's weird. The tail on the 2 is a little oversized. Something like this. Okay, now we're going to fill it in. So we're actually going to take this in. And of course the 2 is going to curl on itself. That's kind of the unique thing about this number. So not only am I trying to do the numbers by hand, I'm trying to do them in the style that the artist did the numbers, not in my own style. And again, when I take pictures of this, I need to put what it's inspired by. It's be like, 27 looks stupid. It's all the way up in the corner. Well, that's what the guy decided to paint his tank like, you know. Blame it on the tank. Blame it on the tank commander. Okay, we're gonna fill that in, but that's kind of what we have right now. We can still build upon that, but so many jokes, not gonna go well. That's right. So this time, because we're working from the other side, we want to do the 7 first. Okay. So again, we've got to avoid that periscope like it's, like it's cancer. So the 7 is going to go up here. It's going to have a little bit of a bend. Yeah, we need more substance of this color. It's got to be more pigment to thin. And then we're going to have a 2. We need to do the back side of a 2 first, right? Okay. If your material is funny, the jokes will just write themselves. Yeah, you other World War II nuts. What period? I know that Nordic wants to do Stalingrad. What are you interested in Barnes? What World War II? My preference has always been, in this order, Soviet Union, the desert, North Africa, and Northwest Europe, in that order. Although I can see Italy working its way in there because Italy is not gamed very often, which is kind of an appeal for me to... The thing about Italy that sucks is the German units that are there are just not nothing to get excited about. Nobody's heard of them. They don't have first-rate equipment. I mean, you got some interesting things like Brumbars and elephants are out there. Hoping to do BF Poles, Germans, and Soviets. Man, Poles would be really cool. And assume you mean 39 Poles, but I'm just not putting I'm not putting white crosses on my German vehicles. It just seems so wrong. But I could just have easily just do narrow ones and move. But Poles would be cool. Everybody likes the Poles, I think. I mean, shit, they lasted longer than the French did. I'm talking about, when the invasion actually came. Yeah, Poles are cool. I mean, they got their own stuff. I mean, the 39 Poles are more interesting than the later Poles because the later Poles just use somebody else's equipment. Yeah, I mean, that 7 looks weird. Like, it bends in. And anybody who looks at it looks like I painted it wrong, but that's how the original was painted. All right, let's see how we did. 27 over here. 27 over here. Looks good to me. Even the French are cool. They got their own helmets, they have their own support weapons, they have their own vehicles, they have their own paint schemes. I think I'm actually going to go a little thicker. Make that number a little thicker. They have their own planes. All the World War II above for me. Like 42, 43 time period. So if you do 40 to 43, that's no Normandy. It's okay. So what do you read? Italy? Tunisia's kind of neat. Again, doesn't last very long, but... Okay. Let's put this away, go to the meat and potatoes. So I've been doing quite a bit of research on paint schemes, and there's a lot of examples of German tanks that went into case blue. So June 1942, went into the Caucasus, southern Russia, area, already in some kind of Dunkelgelb type color. And I won't be doing any of those. It's like I've got to do some Kursk stuff, that some G's and stuff that in yellow. But you know, I prefer my Germans in gray. You know, obviously you got to paint them kind of how they were painted, but I'm not going to do a Dunkelgelb any earlier than I need to. Like for instance, there's of all the units that use the Czech 38, one of them started receiving them. One of the Panzer divisions started receiving them was the 22nd. Didn't start receiving them until, or it didn't go into operation until early 42. And there's lots of examples of their Czech 38s in Dunkelgelb. And it just looks really weird. It's really weird to see a Czech 38, Model E probably, in Dunkelgelb. It just doesn't look right. It's like you did something wrong, you know? Let's go ahead. We should, this orange hopefully is still, oh, is there enough life in it? Yeah, I think we can make this work. Yeah, just some things are weird. It'd be like seeing a tank with shirts in gray. I don't care for the Dunkelgelb unless I have to use it. Yeah, some schemes are good, but it just, you know, a lot of the paint schemes were done by, well, most of them were done by the tank crew, and sometimes they had guys that might have been good tankers, but they were shitty artists. And a couple of them look like Picasso, and I'm not a fan of Picasso on any level. So, pretty much all of us are better artists than Picasso. So, okay, I think it's road wheel time. So you weren't on here earlier, Nordic, when I was talking about it, but I wasted about 3 hours of my day today doing a task that I did not end up that ended up not being fruitful. In the last 2 weeks, specifically in the last week, I was surfing, and in surfing I came across a paint scheme for T-34s of this vintage that were, well, you've probably seen the image where it is. Actually, I might have it on I might have it on the computer. Bad day today. Went out to find the majority of my brushes split and are ruined. Oh, shit! It happens. Hopefully, they weren't expensive ones. No, he didn't. Picasso went down on the Titanic? No. Kids got a hold of your brush collection. Yeah, I don't have expensive brushes, and I probably never will be. They're just not. You can't find them anywhere. You got to go out of your way to buy expensive brushes. So, let me see if I can find this. Actually, this is a good homework assignment for you, Nordic. You might actually, because this is in the Stalingrad period. So let me show this to you. I'm not trying to put you to work, but maybe you can help. And because I literally drove myself crazy today, and I really wanted to do it because it's Stalingrad related, and I have to have saved this. I know I did. It's just a matter of where it might be on my phone. That would be bad. Well, I know how to get it off my phone. Must be on my phone. All right, let's see if I can pull this off. It's good to do stuff like this from time to time because I can straighten it out. All right, let's see. Let me stop that. Okay. Now I'm going to go on my phone and I'm going to send my own self well, let me make sure that I have it here in my gallery. I almost certainly do. I almost certainly do. Oh, I just found out the 27 has the 27 on the rear of the turret too. Excellent. It looks better. Good. Don't tell me I didn't save this. Or maybe I saved it and it didn't come out right. All right, I'm going to send myself a couple of things here. Recent, should be on downloads. Download. Why isn't it here? Sometimes you download something and it doesn't download it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and send myself this. And my favorite way of doing it is sending it through Facebook Messenger. So let me find myself here. Okay, and I'm going to attach this image to it. And this is similar to the image that I found. I can describe the image I'm talking about. All right, let's see how I should be able to turn Droid Cam back on now. Let me find it. And I may need to boot it through here. You got to really go out of your way not to get Chinese brushes. I mean, it's like almost impossible. You know, the consumer has just been getting bent non-stop. I just found out another company. I just found out a company called, Plastic Soldier Company just bought out Zyston. They bought out Zyston Miniatures, which, you know, I think is bad. I think the less companies you have, the consumer gets bent. Now, it might be a thing that, you know, well, they bought them because the original owner of Zyston was going to go out of business if somebody didn't take it over. Okay, so that's a distinct possibility. And I'm not sure if that's the case or not. But, you know, when I find out that, hey, there's 3 companies doing something and now there's only one, the consumer gets bent. Okay, so let me go on Facebook. Let me go on Facebook and see what I sent myself. This is a lot easier to do than doing it through email. I hate going through email. Because then, oh, you forgot your password, enter it, send yourself a text, all that nonsense crap. So I love using Facebook Messenger to transfer images between things, assuming it works. Okay, why don't I have... Here's the photo I sent myself. And I'm going to go here, open it. I'm going to right click, save image as. It's just so much easier to surf for photos on your phone because you have your phone with you at all times. All right, now I'm going to show you this image and then I'll describe what I'm talking about. Yeah, I like those packs too, and I bought them, but I don't go to Walmart anymore. So, you know, Walmart pissed me off. I really try to avoid going to Walmart. It's not like, you know, it's not like Walmart's full of hot girls or anything like that, you know, where I'm dying to go there. Let's see here. Let's browse and change this picture up, and then I will describe this thing to you. So this is similar to an image I found. This image is actually relatively easy to find. The one that this is, I believe this is probably a similar vehicle. And done. Now, why isn't it visible? There we go. All right, I'm going to make this big. Okay. There's an image, and I'm sure you've seen it, Nordic. that has a German mortar crew. There's even a colorized version of it. A German mortar crew that is set up, supposedly on the way to Stalingrad. They've set up camp at the base of a T-34 that looks like it's fell into a shell hole. The T-34 that fell in the shell hole looks like this one right here in that it has a air recognition symbol. In this case, it's a white triangle. You know, that you can see where it goes over both of the little hatches. But here, this one's actually better because it actually, you could tell that it's number 25-14. It looks like what's on there. And that one, you cannot actually make out what the tank, what the number of the tank is. But I was surfing around, I found that one. I found this particular image today, looking for the other one. And it's easy, it's relatively easy to find the one with the mortar crew there. But it was two T-34s. In the same article on the same page, there was this other image of another T-34 that was also black and white. I believe it was an image of it. I didn't save it. I don't know why I didn't save it. I don't know why. I thought maybe it would be easy to find or whatever. But that other T-34, what was unique about that particular T-34 it's knocked out that this one actually doesn't have is there is a little rim around the top of the turret. Basically, it goes down. You see where the image there, it says 25-14. You see where the little top leg of the 2 is? About that thickness around the top of the turret is a white band all the way around it. So it has a triangle identification on the top of the turret in white, and it has a white band all the way across around the white edge of the turret, plus a number. Okay, that's pretty cool. There's another image on that same page, in that same article or whatever, that had I want to say it was a circle. It was a white circle, same type of T-34, hard edge, model 42. It has a white circle, also with a white band around it. But I can't find it. I can't find where the hell that other image is. And I burnt like 3 hours today looking for it. You know, surfing. So, I want to find that other image. And I don't know where the F it is. And I didn't dig very deep. It's like I looked at Google image search. No, I looked on Pinterest. It's not there, you know. So that's what I wanted to do with these two T-34s. I wanted to do one of them with the triangle, one of them with the circle. Both of them with a white band around the top, just to give them a little bit of variety. So that's why I did this one instead, which I was going to do this one anyways. So I've got 3 more of these guys to build. As soon as my hand recovers from chopping up the flash or that machine gun. I'd like to find that other one. So if you come across it, let me know. Turret has white band, a white triangle, and black edge to the sides of the triangle. Oh, okay, cool. I'm looking for the other image. It's the circular one. And it's also, and what was unique about it is that particular T-34, this T-34 I do not associate with Stalingrad. I associate it with starting to come into action around Wintergewitter and Kursk and later. Stalingrad, you're still running into the 41s and the 41/42 variants. But apparently they had some there, you know. So if you come across that other tank that has the round white symbol, I believe it's knocked out as well, because you can see the top of it. Give me a holler with it. Did the link go through? Where did you send it through? You sent it through Facebook? Let's see. It's really annoying to find something so simple, like without even trying, and then... no, I haven't gotten anything from you. But that's what I use Facebook for. It's a lot easier than freaking email. You know, because I got email from... I can get email from this computer. I can get email from my phone. I can get email through work computer if I really want to. And as soon as you start using one and you're like, let me check it from here, they don't know your password. And of course I don't remember it, so I have to reset it, and then it's not the same on the phone, and then I have to reset it. It's just a pain in the ass. It's like, it's me, damn it. You sent it through the chat here. I I have no idea how to, I don't have no idea how to see that. I don't know where that would be. If I saw it, you would see it there. I don't think we can do images through here. So. Maybe. Oh, Facebook Messenger? All right, let's check that out. So, you know, Facebook is, okay, here we go. Reddit. Yes, that's the image. You think that's black around that? I don't know if that's black, but it's been colorized. But yes, so there's a cousin to that tank that also has a white band, but it has a white circle on the roof. And that's the image I can't find. So if you come across it, let me know. Don't go spending, you know, an inordinate amount of time looking for it, but I would appreciate it if it comes up, because I'd like to do those two tanks. Because it's just something different, you know? It's just something different. You know, that's why the Germans are so popular, is the Germans have all kinds of cool documented paint schemes for stuff. The Soviets, for the most part, have stuff that's just thrown away, you know, and not very exciting. All right, we can go ahead and remove this. All right, and we have to do 27 on the back of the tank, of the back of the turret. Ooh, that's going to be over like a handle. That's going to be interesting. I can do it. You know what? I'll come back to this when I'm waiting for like the road wheels and stuff to dry. So let's go ahead and just knock out these road wheels and stuff. All right, and we'll come back and do the 27 on the back. I like doing the numbers and stuff. It's cool. And I'm not afraid of doing the German crosses anymore. I was like, man, oh, I can't. But there's just too many problems with trying to buy crosses and they're the wrong size or they're too thick or, you know, and shipping for this and shipping for that and shipping for the other thing. I'm like, you know, at some point, you need to be a little bit more frugal. That's not necessarily the cost of the decals. And then some decals, actually of all the decals I've gotten, the only ones that are too thick to use is Peddinghaus. They're a German company. They're the only ones that I've come across that are too thick to use. They're just super, super thick. And they're also the only ones that the buttholes, the entire sheet is the decal sheet. So it's not like it's a sheet with a bunch of decals on it that you can cut out, you know, a square and it's just a decal. It's a little bit larger. The film is a little bit larger than the red star or the cross or whatever, or the number that you're doing. That's how everybody's is, except Peddinghaus. The entire decal sheet is a decal. So if you cut out a square, that's what you have, you know? So it's not minimalist. And they're made in Germany. So, you know, those guys should, you know, they had one too many beers at Oktoberfest or something when they were trying to figure that out. I mean, the Germans are supposed to be known for, you know, precision and not telling good jokes. So now you just gotta not telling good jokes and not precision. Oh man. But there are really cool Soviet paint schemes, but they don't happen until 1940. Well, I like this Berlin stripes. I do. I don't know about the bed spring armor. That's a little too stupid. But you know, I like the Berlin stripes. And the nice thing about the Berlin stripes is just about anybody can paint them neater than they did in real life, because They were definitely on some vodka when they painted those things. You know. Whatever happened to that guy in Germany who had a panther in his basement? Obviously, had to give up the panther. Hopefully, they didn't scrap it. Like, put it in a museum. The freaking Where's Waldo champion of the world there? Oh, I had a panther in my basement and nobody knew. First of all, that's a big basement. Okay, we did that side, so now let's do this side. Just that little bit of flow aid makes all the difference to be able to, this brush not to catch on stuff. Okay, let's go to the other side. So I saw that. The detail on the roof, and I'm like, that's cool. That's something different, you know, an air recognition symbol. But a lot of these Soviet paint schemes you get in like model kits, they don't unit unknown. You know, they didn't document this stuff well. Wasn't important to them. Don't you want people to make accurate models? After the war, I said, when we win the war, we take over the world, every model kits will be illegal. Well, that didn't exactly work that way, thank goodness. The T-34 you're looking for has a white circle on the turret top, yes. And it was described as on the drive, it was defending like Stalingrad. Not in Stalingrad proper, but just before it. And I want to say it was like in the same, there was like an article or something that I don't know. I don't know why the hell, I must have been in the middle of it or something. Must have been in the middle of something where I said, let me go surf for this. And I got to get back to what I'm doing, and got careless. But find that so I can paint it for you guys. Because it looks cool. Doesn't it? I think it looks cool. Sounds cool. Okay. Track time. Yeah, so, and I've searched for like, T-34 paint schemes, T-34 model 1942 turret symbols. I did that's the kind of search that I did on Google, and one of those netted that result. And it's apparently a pretty obscure picture because going through a cacophony of photos, like that's not it, nope, that's not it, that's not it, that's not it. You just sent me a really interesting picture I found. Okay. Let's see if it's safe to show. Oh man, let's see here. How do I go there? I go here, and let's see. Let's X that out. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Oh yeah, I saw this one. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to hide there. I don't know if I'd want to hide inside of a T-34 because there could be a tank that goes by and goes, "Oh look, let's put another round in there. No, our people are in there." Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I've read a lot of accounts recently, and what they all seem to have in common is it was really dangerous to be inside of a tank because you attracted a lot of attention. I think you attract a lot of attention to yourself. Just being out there like, I don't see anything except that one tank. I guess we'll just fire everything at it. You know, you can't sneak up on anybody. And we haven't messed with the airbrush today because that just takes me into a different direction. I've got some matte airbrush stuff coming in Monday because they didn't have it at the store. I don't want to use the one I have that is a little bottle. I read some reviews on it and it basically said that you got to thin it with a I'm like, I'm going to leave this to brush on. But we're going to try the Vallejo airbrush matte varnish and see how that works. Don't need to put that much on it, but I want to do it right and test it on something else first, obviously. But by the time we do that, we'll have the martyr and, well, at least one T-34 done, because it's done now. This one should be done by then. Unfortunately, I hate getting stuff in the mail on Monday. It's literally the worst day of the week it could possibly be because I guarantee I won't be able to mess with it that same day because that's game night. I just got to make it a point to get home earlier. The last couple of game nights, I've been home like around midnight, and I'm tired the rest of the week. Not that I'm too old for that, it just isn't worth it. But that's what happens. You don't see people, and the next thing you know, blah, 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 blah. I think last time the game ended like at 9:30, and I stayed another 2 hours, you know. You can't say, oh, it's because I was having a beer. Nope. I haven't drank over there in months. Not even had a beer. I don't want to. Get sleepy at night. Messes me up waking up at 5 a.m. Okay, that side's done. Let's go to the other side. So what we'll do is we'll paint that 27 when we're done. We're waiting for this to dry. Man, the 27 paints a hell of a lot faster than all of the, you know, for Soviet Moldova. But I'm surprised that Plastic Soldier Company bought Zyston, because as far as I'm concerned, Plastic Soldier Company has a problem getting product into consumers' hands. They're always out of stuff. I don't know what their business model is, but at least here in the States, it's hard to get their stuff. It's not impossible, but it's hard to get their stuff. So that means is they got enough on their damn hands. You know, it's like somebody's telling you they're going to run a marathon, but they haven't even mastered walking yet. You know, and it's just a supply problem. I think their products are excellent, or at least their vehicles are excellent. I don't know about their infantry. I don't think I'd go out and buy their infantry. I don't really care for the style of them. And I got lots of folks that I like to paint. Lots of figures. They're already doing some Syston under license. Well, I'm not going to buy plastic figures if they're available in lead. Now, I'm gonna tell you, I actually prefer these in plastic because all the modifications that you do are so much easier to do in plastic. You're not killing yourself. You know, you're not grinding stuff has stuff that you don't want to put in your mouth. It's a lot more toxic than plastic. It's just easier to work with plastic. The gluing of these things. Remember I was showing you Nordic how, and you said, man, they're hardly grabbing on by anything. The other ones are the same way. The Chelyabinsk ones, it's the same thing. They're barely grabbing on they're holding on by a thread. These tracks are only held in place in epoxy by the top run of these tracks where they meet the hull. That's it. Even the idler wheels, there's a gap between them. I don't know if you can see that. They don't meet there. Look, it's totally open. Like, who does, pretty sloppy. So, how do I remember the exact words you typed for your Google search for T-34? I don't, but it is probably something, because that's the kind of stuff I search for. T-34 tank model 42 images. Show me images. Or, yeah, I don't know. I literally have spent like 3 hours of it today trying to recreate, and I wasn't able to. Yeah, it is some pretty poor engineering. We come across something like Plastic Soldier Company stuff, amazingly well engineered. S models from China, amazing. They're Chinese. They can get their shit together. They can make things. They can make things in China that are worth a damn. So those S models are great. The UM's not bad, but the Plastic Soldier Company and the S models are like the best. They're better than Tamiya models, the way they go together. So, and even the Russian ones, these Pegasus. I'm sorry, they're Chinese too. The Pegasus, the plastic it's scary. It's scary, brittle, and sometimes transparent. But man, it goes together really well. I didn't think it was going to. I mean, the BT7s have some funky freaking angles. All that stuff fit in there just fine. I was amazed. I would have lost a bet. Nobody would have taken the other side. That would have been a fool's bet. But they would have won money. Yeah. So I bet the trumpeters are probably good too. Oh, we still need to do the stuff on this. And then we'll get to doing Lucky 27. The S models are amazing. The only gripe I have about S models is they're difficult to get. And I got that one set of Panzer IIs with the decals that were orange instead of being yellow. But odds are, if I do the desert, I'm going to have to get another set, and maybe they'll come in yellow. Not that I need yellow for the desert, but I think that's just I saw a review of them, and they were yellow in the review, so maybe I just got a bad batch that was sitting in a factory, or I don't know. The decals got COVID, you know. Something happened. All right, let's get the 27 on the rear. I have a photo for that, so let's go ahead and pull the photo for 27 on the rear. Well, that sounds like it could be something else, couldn't it? All right, let's do a... Oh, this mouse pad. I don't like this mouse pad. This computer is excellent, but this mouse pad is... It's the first computer I've ever had that's a laptop, so I don't really have anything to judge it against. But it's just it registers a click when you didn't click, so you got to be careful. Oh, it's on my phone, isn't it? Damn it, man. All right. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's damn it, man. All right, let's see if we can do this live. Nope, not like that. No, do not stop my connection. Right, so I'm going to go to here. And add an image. Here she is. This is from an Academy kit at 1/35th scale. So let me go here. This should still be open. It is here. Right click, save image as, save. What did you send me? Oh, that's actually one that has red decals. How do I go back to that page? What the hell have I done? Yeah, I've seen that one. That's a whole set. Somebody actually makes a decal set of the. Oh no, this is later. That's a model. That's the one with a cupola. But there's a whole set. You see that symbol that's on that tank? There's a whole set that a company called Colibri makes. They're a Russian company, and they make a whole set of it, like a Soviet tank brigade that fought like against Hoth's relief to Stalingrad for Winter Gewitter, and they all have like red markings on it. And it's cool if I was doing snow, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet because red markings are kind of cool. Now there's a T-34. I'm going to do one of these that's going to have red markings, red numbers on a green background, and we'll see how that looks. But I'm just doing it because it looks different, and I saw an image of it. So let's see, back to what I was doing. How do I do this? Let's see, we go here. We go here. Why is it not happening? All right, I need to go here and what image is it there? Okay, that's a good place for it. We go here, and go browse. And now we go down. Dot, 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 dot. Open. And make it visible. And yes, it's got fuel boxes on it. I've seen this particular decal with different type of road wheels, different fuel boxes without, so there's people have done their own spin on it. But that's what I want to see, is that 27 down there on the turret. And yeah, it goes through the handle. Holy smokes, I got a lot of things. Okay, 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 okay. All right. Oh no, we got to use the stellar one here. All right, now I've polluted all of my, not all of it, there's some over here it's fresh. We want to do this in a light gray. Sketch it out where it goes. See, that has like looks like a pistol port in the back of the turret. It's not on this model, which is fine. That'd be something else to have to try to draw it against. Okay, so some of it is peeking across the top, and it is some of the 7. That's really narrow. All right. The gap between the two numbers needs to be in the middle. So the 7's got to go from here to wherever the hell I started. So it's going to go like that. And then the 2, you're just going to do the top loop up there. Come on, behave, behave. It's too much. Black goes a long way. So does white. Those two are super powerful colors. I want to do it right the first time. I don't want to have to fix this. Fixing something is just a waste of time. Why not do it right if you can? All these pictures and stuff that we have access to, man, this stuff wasn't available when I was doing modeling. The other thing I like about doing this keeps me from freaking eating everything in the house. 'Cause I'm like busy. Anybody watching the Super Bowl tomorrow? We watched it last year inadvertently because we just kind of had it on in the background, but I think I was doing painting. We had it in the other room on. Yeah, I looked for 3 freaking hours. Well, we'll leave one of those tanks available to do both of those. So this turret is really, really rough. So it's made accurately. It's an accurately made turret, just slapped together. All right. Let's see how we did. It's a little narrower on the one drawing, but I think this looks closer to what these other numbers do than that one does. Don't care for the teams. It's a lose-lose situation. Have better things to watch. We'll just have it on. I don't care about those teams. I don't care about any of the teams. Okay. Yeah, the handle is smaller on here than it is there. It goes almost all the way to the edge. And here it stops quite a bit short. Hey, I should grind it down and put photo etch on it. Yeah. In Soviet Russia, turret uses you for cover, comrade. That's right. Okay. Well, I'm going to paint the little inside of this radio thing black. So if any of this shows, after I glue it, I can come back and fix it relatively easy without that thing being on there. Okay, is it time for dry brushing? I think it is. I think it's time for dry brushing the two colors. You know, there's not a whole lot of dry brushing on the figure, on the turret. I think I could probably go ahead and paint the figure now. I think I'm going to do that. We're going to give him the blue overalls. He's got a flag in his hand. And I'm surprised by how many people actually paint faces first. I don't paint faces first because I know what color the face is going to be. It's going to be face colored. So I use the order that I paint things generally to help me decide to finalize what color I want things to be. So there's no point in me, for instance, to paint something that is obvious what color it's going to be. So generally, that's my reasoning behind it. I always hated when you build model kits and they would want you to paint like the inside of the cockpit first. I'm like, let me put the freaking kit together, damn it, you know. Or people, and I've seen it before. Hey, whatever works for you, you know, you do it the way you want to, but they'll paint stuff like this on the sprue, and then they'll cut it out and assemble it. You're guaranteed to have to paint those spots that you missed because you can't paint where the sprue is. There's no way around it, but hey, whatever works for you, you know? So let's confirm that this is in fact the blue overall he's wearing, because I see something that goes around his neck, almost like a fold over. And I don't remember that the overall has that. I really would like for them to be blue, just because it's kind of, well, the other tanker doesn't have a blue one because the T-70 did not have the right uniform to have the blue one. So we're going to go in here, we're going to do, let's see if we can do something quick. I had a Soviet World War II tanker uniform, and there's all kinds of different versions. I really hope I can do these guys in blue. Okay, here's a colorized picture. It's not clear. I might just do it anyways. Okay, here's one. Yeah, I can do that. I can do it in blue. Okay, and he looks like he's got the field drab underneath, or the Soviet field drab. Excellent. Okay, that's good. All right, because I wanted to do it in blue, and we're going to do his helmet in black. All right, let's get a blue. Let there be color. What the hell's German gray doing there? Outsider! I want to get the one that's like the Prussian one. Here it is. This is the blue we're going to use. No, it won't be this blue, but we're going to add black to it, like we always do. Oh, there's a big splooge of it. We're good. We're saved. Saved by the splooge. This one should work for this. This is pretty big work at this point. So I don't know if you've noticed, I've kind of gotten away from using the airbrush there as my fitting device. I've been using the flow aid more, which is funny because the flow aid's what I used first, and then I started using the airbrush thinner and other stuff. But I'm liking this better. So it's not like I ran out of the other stuff. It's just this is what we're using these days. This guy should paint relatively easy. Only half of a figure. Has a face that's not, this is not a very good figure. But I have a feeling when I'm done with him, he will look plenty fine. Yeah, you spend enough time in the field, even the Soviet tankers start to look cute. Huh? So that Soviet is blue. Abadi, abada, abadi, abada. Boy, I should look at the words of that song and twist them. Got to work something in a send to the gulag and a commissar or something in there. Yeah, that'd be cool. Okay, this is all blue, and we'll have a little bit of his field draft showing. He's got some kind of a flag. I've seen red. This guy's going to have a red flag. First of all, it stands out nicely. Guess his radio's not working again. At least he has one in this vehicle. It may be too big of a step. There we go. Really rough figure. trying to figure out what I'm even looking at. He's holding it there and it's draped over his hand. Got it. Whew. Very rough figure. I got the song stuck in my head. Thank you. Thank you so much. Could be much worse songs stuck in your head. Now we just need a crewman that works with the hamster dance. That's right, your serve. Back at you. Oh, shit. I don't think we got to do much more than that. I think that's... I think that's it. All right, now we know the helmet is going to be black. Let's make sure. I think there was one little spot of silver that I saw here. Cover that guy up. We'll do that last. Just make sure it's all covered. Now we'll do the face. Right in the face. Doom in the face. Baby Shark. I don't know that one. I don't know that one really well, so you're saved. There's what? There's the Barbie girl one. There's the gummy bear one. There's, you know, what is sadistic bastards that, and it's all like children's music or whatever, like to torture you. Okay. So I got this inside of this hatch. We know the inside of Soviet vehicles are white. Should I paint the inside of this hatch white? I'm thinking I'm going to, just for contrast. You know, this little round hatch. What say you? I think it'd look good for contrast. This is a really poor figure, but I think by the time we're done, it won't look that bad. Actually, it's the hands that are worse than anything else. The face isn't too bad. Licking plastic is fantastic. Paint it white. Okay. Yeah, I think so. No padding on that one. No creature comforts for you. Where is this color? Sunny skin tone. Ah! Overkill. There's like freaking nothing on his arms, on his hands. It's got like no detail. Got like to invent fingers. I said, well, if this guy was human, he'd probably have fingers right about here. But you know that old saying, communists aren't people. I guess by default, Nazis aren't people either, so. I am from the paint waste department. You, sir, are under arrest for wasting that sunny skin tone. Well, that's why we're allowed to have firearms in the South. Come get me. His face just has a detail that's there that shouldn't have. If I go south, I'm headed to the beach. Yep. Too cold today. Maybe not for you. That's better. That's better. That we can work with. This hand is fucked though. We gotta improvise. Oh, don't be sitting down on the job. Sit your ass up here. I really want to tinker with this in the airbrush. This little guy, but I'm not going to. We're going to finish T-34s because I got to clear them from this area anyways. Maybe he was in a fire is more like it. Let's see. What can we do? Let's go back. Let's do all this here. Let's fill all this in this color. We can do this. This is child's play. I've painted worse figures. He just has one hand that's very large. And let's Get some of this white. He's got 4 fingers now. Perfect. We can work with that. Ah, it's blurry as shit. I'll show you guys later. Okay. Flag next. White hatch last. We'll work our way out of that mess. All right. This looks communist enough. Not necessarily a red. Thank you, bastards. Not necessarily a. Well, it's time for your favorite sound. Hear that? That's not rain. That's come in handy. You know, I bought 2 of these things to refill the thing in the car. And I'm like, why'd you buy 2 of them? Well, they were buy one, get one free. And the other one just, I haven't run out in the car yet. It's actually come in handy here. All right. We got to use a little brush for this. We got to go in some tight ass places. Ooh. Now see, I'm grabbing this tank by the end of the barrel, so I'm naturally wearing off the green paint, leaving it black, like it's been fired. Look at that. Freebie! Now this is red because of a signal flag. I've seen them use red signal flags. I'm sure there's probably other colors. I should probably look into that so that I can do the tank commander that's exactly in the same pose with a signal flag and a different color signal flag. Did I say signal flag enough times? Actually, hold that thought. Coffee up, you must leave. This is a high occupancy zone. We're going to go to the Red Army and color photographs. There is a bloody tanker in here. There's multiple tankers in here. And I believe one of them has a darn flag. Nope, 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 nope. Damn it, man. Nope. Shitsky. Well, red works for now. I'm sure I've got one somewhere. And if I decide to change my mind later, it's easy to get to. Just about to ask about the color meanings. I've seen red, green, and blue. Do they all mean forward? Soviets don't have a color for moving backwards. It'd be yellow, wouldn't it? This guy will be red. The other tank, the other command tank, is actually going to have red numbers. So we'll give it a different color. Not a step back, unless it's early 41. Did plenty of retreating in early 41. You know, their tanks performed so poor, not all of them, but many of their tanks performed so poor early in the war because of maintenance issues. They just weren't being maintained, regardless of all the other issues that we're having. You know, they had that big tank battle at Dubno that some people claim is bigger than Kursk. May have been. But a lot of the tanks just broke down en route to it. And I don't know what the color of the handle is going to be. We're going to assume it's wooden, because why not? Do we have any of this color available? We do. All right, do we have any of this color available? This is me trying to be cheap and like, not really cheap, but I already got this color out. Like, what difference does it freaking make? All right. We have, what else did we say we have? We have a hatch we've got to deal with. I'm not going to paint the rim white because that wouldn't be showing from the inside. And besides, it would have been banged on so many times the white paint probably would have fallen off anyways. He bang, comrade bang. He got big bang. Not like somebody went down the road playing more norteño music. Boom, boom, boom. You know, Mexican polka. Okay, we got a little bit of something that got on the green, so we can fix that. Should have some alive that's right here. Yep, that's good enough. What are you missing? Helmet? Das Helmet. Helmut Kohl. Okay. Not bad for a shitty ass little figure. Stop! Stop! I'm waving my flag at you. Yeah. I'm getting hungry. I kind of am too. Well, we're going to dry brush this and then we're done for the night. Okay? And I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. You guys did a stellar job. I actually thought I'd been on here longer than 4.5 hours. Right. Where is the dry brushy? Looks like a proper target, that's right. Call me bastard. Let's get this out of the way. Oh! We still have the headlamp to do. Damn it, man! Well, we're going to do it because I want to take pictures of these guys. This is probably a lot more effort than most of these miniatures have ever been. Somebody's ever spent on. I'm going to guess. Alright, so this it's going to swirl up here. And then this is going to be dusty. Back here. And this is going to be dirty as shit down here. It'll be on these tracks. It'll be on these tracks too. We may put some Null oil underneath the exhaust. Go to this side. You head out. Getting super hungry. Time to get some food. Tech. Okay. Thanks, man. Be on the lookout for that photo if you see it. I'll let you know if I find it. I probably won't find it until a week. Who knows where the hell it is. It wasn't a deep dive to find it. Just looking in the wrong place, I guess. I wish these tanks were better quality, you know, because I feel like these would look a lot better if the vehicle was a lot better. I don't mean there was a T-34, I mean this particular model. T-34 is a good looking vehicle, I think. Just mean his miniatures are just a little on the basic side. Weathering is not necessarily going to be the same on each vehicle. They're going to vary a little bit. course, one of these is the intake. It's going to bring all that dust and shit in there anyways. I'm going to go a little lighter with this one than we did on the other one, which was kind of extra dusty. Now we still have the lighter color to do. Let's not forget that. Should be Iraqi sand right here. It is. Looking for game shots. At some point, absolutely. It's the whole point. Motivate people to want to do stuff. Just like I've seen other people's stuff like, man, that's awesome. I can't wait to play that. Something like that. Yep. It's a gift that keeps on giving. Oil, the drums look a hell of a lot better with some dirtiness on them. The lighting changes so much, just the angle makes a big difference. John Peter, welcome. Oh, you missed working on these. I'm almost off, so this is what we did today. Man, they look super glossy in this and the camera. Well, we'll take some pictures and they'll look more representative. I'm terrible at knowing where the hell the camera is. Anyhow, what do we got left? Oh, we got a headlight to do and we're done. 4.5 hours on here, so. Let's get rid of this before that ends up on something it doesn't need to be on. And we still have some of this color. Get rid of this. I did have a long session. Well, I didn't have one this morning, so. I have someone in my house that is under the weather, and I'm trying to take advantage to get as much stuff done as I can. And it's not me. There we have it. We need to do some gunmetal on the machine gun. And we'll put the sprue antennas on tomorrow or something like that. Where is that color? Looks like it didn't mix well. Or maybe it did. Oh, it's just under the shadow of the gun. I'm surprised that makes that much of a difference. Never mind, I changed my mind. We're going to put the antennas on there. And they're very short. For whatever reason. They didn't want to hear anybody really far. Let's see. I think I've got them handy. I made some of this stuff earlier today, and this Plastic Soldier Company stuff didn't work worth a damn. The plastic it's made out of. Yeah, it like stretched and like, well, we can't use that, that's useless. It's like ribbon. Do you have any over here that's worth a damn? We're going to need this to get that piece. There we go. I don't want the one that's really thin. It's very, very short. Just going to cut this in half. I normally wouldn't use super glue for this, but we're going to use super glue for this. Let's get this. Yes, let's drop it right on the super glue. I didn't, but came close enough that. There we go. Oh, look, we've got a shift in the fault line. Okay, so here they are. not sealed, of course, so they don't look very good in that. They don't look very good on this video. We'll have to take some real photos and see what they look like. This lighting is not ideal for that. Anyhow, that's where we're at. So until next time, folks, tomorrow morning, hopefully, we'll see you guys next time.